Hello. Well, I did that backwards. I was going to hit the countdown and then the go live, but I hit go live first. Guess I wanted to go live. A few minutes early. Wow, a few seconds. But did that all wrong. This has been a really strange day for me. I'm still having trouble with WordPress, and I'm trying to write something that is on WordPress, which is a long serial story. And when WordPress doesn't cooperate, it's kind of hard to do that, which is part of what I was doing for Nano. I'm supposed to be working on book 2, but I'm not feeling it. So I was creating a new one that might be a book, but may not. It might just be a short story. But since I'm fighting with WordPress, I'm having a very hard time with it. So unless WordPress decides to. Okay, gibberish. She'll be back later. You're at the gym. Gotcha. And hello, Claude. You were here bright and early, I see. And Jen is here for about an hour and a half. Oh, cool. I am having a rough day, as I said. So I realized they didn't schedule any more. So I don't know, when I go out of here, I may have to reopen everything up and start all over again, because I have to set the next ones coming up. I like to keep a couple there so that I don't have to reopen everything up. Sometimes it makes me, sometimes it doesn't. I guess we'll see at the end of this what happens when I close it down. Nice to see you though, Jenna. It was funny. You came the other night and right now the name of the person, crazy though it is not in my brain. I know who came here to say, because I came looking for you the night before. And now it's not. Oh, man. Not a good day. I'm in so much pain. I just took my pain pill. That's part of the problem. My brain's not totally functioning clearly. Funky. Thank you. I knew it, but it just wasn't coming. You were on the phone. It was just too distracting. So well, he didn't show up, so don't worry about it. It's hard sometimes to do 2 things at one time, definitely. Especially listen. You ever try really to listen to 2 conversations and really understand what's going on? A little hard. I hope he stops in tonight. I told him how much everybody missed him the night he was here, because, it was back to really fun, and you know how he is, and everything was fun and lighthearted and happy, and so I hope he does too, because he makes everybody happy. My brain is mush too, obviously. Gosh. Being in so much pain is not fun. And I've had an aide who comes and goes. I have no idea when. It's driving me crazy. Now, supposedly, once she takes her mother back to Haiti, she'll be back and she'll be on a schedule, and that'll be it. However, I don't know for sure that is the way it'll work out. So I called today to say, look, did you find somebody? She's going to be gone 2 or 3 weeks. Or are you, on my own again? She says, no, I got somebody for you. So you could either have 9 to 2 or 12 to 5. I need to she goes, I can't make it in the middle of the day because I need her to be available for another client. Okay, makes sense to me. I prefer the 12 to 5 in most cases, although I have doctor appointment at least one of those days. Because I'm trying to schedule appointments. It's hard around aides to come whenever they feel like coming. And I said, because I'm not a morning person. She goes, yeah, I thought that's what you had said. So I said, if I had a choice, I'd rather 12 to 5. That way I can sleep late if I want to. So she says, I'm going to love this person. That doesn't always go as they say. I've had many people tell me, oh, you're going to love such and such, and I can't stand such and such. I've had that happen way too many times. Just because you like them doesn't mean I'm going to like them. So we'll see on that, too. So I'm a little nervous, and my aide called the, facility back and said, hey, what's with this? And explained my thoughts on their, reasons why I'm too high maintenance. And I don't know if it'll do anything or not. But she said she'll let me know. But she says, don't worry about it. It's just one place. I said, what if they all have the same idea? I don't get how that makes me high maintenance. Honestly, I don't. So I explained to her all my reasons why those 3 things were there. And she says, I get it. She says, I'll tell him what you said. She said, he kind of understands now. I'm like, yeah, okay. So that's still hanging over me. So between that, not sleeping well, so much pain, and it feels good to sleep, but I know that when I wake up, it means getting out of bed, and getting out of bed is so painful. More painful than I can even imagine before. I thought it was bad before. I had no idea what was coming when they took that medicine away from me. And it's just like, I have nothing to do but push through it. I can't do anything else. They won't give me anything else. And one of these mornings, I just may not be able to get off the bed. They're going to be calling the ambulance. Come get me because I can't get off this bed. I can't move. Because the pain is just getting so bad. And life is not much fun when you're in constant pain. Which I know because I'm in chronic pain. But this is the worst chronic pain I've ever been. So. All right, enough of the complaints. We need to get some writing done because WordPress has not been cooperating, so I haven't gotten much written. Oh, I still have my Percocets because it's not an NSAID, but the meloxicam, it's also called Mobic, is what I take for the arthritis, cannot be taken with a blood thinner. And I'm on Xarelto, and that's a blood thinner, which is dangerous on its own. It could kill me, too. Really love reading these little things that they give you. It's very, very dangerous. But it's twice as dangerous if I take this other medicine. But it's the combination of that and the Percocets that kept me moving. It still hurt, but I could move. Now without it, every one of my joints, even my fingers, like typing hurts. But every one of my joints hurt. And it feels like, it's weird how to explain this. My back feels as if there's like a band wrapped tightly around it, and I'm trying to move, and I can't because I'm fighting this band. And it's just like, all right, you got to do it because, once I get moving, I get a little bit of relief, so I have to do it. So I haven't cheated. They said I can't take it. And I mean, I think I should be allowed to make the choice if I want to take a chance on my life. Because what life do I have right now, really, honest to God? There's a thing called quality of life, and don't have much of it. And my friend and I were talking about this, that, should be able to make a choice. If it's my choice to take excuse me, take the chance. I should be allowed to take the chance. But I'm not allowed. Has nothing to do with me. It's all about them and the fact that I could sue them for giving it to me. I'd sign a stupid contract if I had to. Please give me that medicine back because there is no quality of life. I hate getting up every morning or anytime I lay down, even for a nap. I mean, it doesn't take long. Sitting here stiffens me up even. Not a thing I can do unless I want to spend my life running constantly, so it doesn't have a chance to stiffen up. Not much I can do. By the middle of the day, I can move a little bit because I've been moving around. But as soon as I lay down, same thing happens. So that's that story. Poor me. Not a thing I can do about it, though. The laws are the laws, and can't get around them. Now, I could, sure, the doctor won't prescribe. I have some left. I mean, I still could take them. But, you know, if something happened and they found out I was on them, there would be a problem. So I haven't taken them. And I mean, if I didn't have any, there's probably places where I could go and say, hey, can you get me this? I mean, it's an NSAID for crying out loud. It's not even a little legal drug. NSAID means non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug. That's what NSAID means. It's like aspirin. I can't take aspirin. I can't take Advil. The only thing I'm allowed to have is Tylenol. Tylenol, useless. Useless. So that's where we are. So I'm way behind in my writing. We need to get going. I need to see if WordPress is going to let me do anything today or not. So let's get going. Jen only has an hour and less than a half now left. So we're going to start our first timer. Add it to my stream. Turn it on in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, guys. I will see you back in 25, almost 25 minutes. Okay, pray for me that this star in WordPress writes, because I could write this story elsewhere, but the whole idea is I'm writing it as a serial on my blog, and people are waiting for it, and it's not coming. So I need to get it going on the blog. All right, I'm out of here. I'll be back. Well, I see we have BH. Hello. We have Kelly. Hello. I'm sorry I missed Allie's, but I had to sleep this afternoon. I was up weird hours yesterday. Took strange naps at strange times. Got muscle spasms in my back, and I don't have any muscle relievers, of course. I don't normally need them, but this is problematic. All right, timer's about to run out, so let me get over here so I can stop it. Okay, cool. Hi, Greg. Popped in just as we ended that one. First one. So the post turned out a little weird because I had a gap in it, and I put in there, sorry about the gap, WordPress is acting up, and when I published it, there wasn't a gap. There was some kind of link in there to the post that I was posting. I really don't know what it's doing. Oh, boy. That one's done. Got two more left till I'm caught up. Will I ever get caught up? I don't know. Eventually I'll catch up. But not right this minute. As long as it takes me to post something and I have to keep putting weird things in there just to get it to let me put anything. I hope it stops. I'm going to try doing it fresh and see if I can somehow, maybe something got saved, because I do it like templates. Maybe one of them got screwed up and that's the problem. I don't know. I'll give it a try. So how'd you guys do? Jen, I got 479. That's good. Good job. Even if your brain is mush, you did good. And so there was an earthquake, so that caused some excitement here. Right now, or a little earlier. That'd be a weird thing to experience while writing. I'll never forget, we are not in an earthquake belt, but they had one down south. I live in, New Jersey. This was down like in below Virginia area. And they had this earthquake. Well, I'm like, not sure why my room is jumping all over the place. Because, the furniture was bouncing around, and it was funny because right before it happened, my cat dove off the bed. So obviously the cat knew it was coming. They say animals know these things. She had dived off the bed, and the bed's bouncing around, and the furniture's bouncing around. And I'm just sitting there waiting for the house to fall down around me. And it finally stopped bouncing around. And I'm like, why did this happen? Was that an earthquake? And it was strong. But it was way down south. When we finally heard the news, it was way down south. I'm like, God, I'd hate to be right near that thing if that's what it felt like so far away. We weren't even near that, anywhere near it for it to feel like that. It was the weirdest thing. And, I go downstairs and my dad's yelling at my mom. My mom's like, the chair is bouncing, the chair is bouncing. He's like, oh, you know, you don't know what you're talking about. And, you know, and he was like giving her a bunch of nonsense. I said, Dad, the whole house was shaking. How did you miss that? He goes, it was? I said, yes, it was. Everything in my room just bounced all over the place. And he's like, oh. He didn't feel it. Go figure. Rest of us did, but he called my mother all kinds of names. You know, she must be crazy and whatnot for imagining that her chair was bouncing around. I'm like, no, she was not imagining it. You're the oddball here. You didn't feel the whole house shaking. I don't know how he managed. My only guess is because he was standing on a cement floor. Our house is on a cement slab. And he was standing on the floor, so maybe he didn't feel it. Whereas both of us were on furniture that was bouncing on the slab. Well, I'm on the second floor, so mine wasn't a cement floor. It was a regular wood floor, but that would bounce too. That's the only reason why I could think he didn't feel anything. But he didn't see anything either. It's like, how did you miss that? Everything bouncing all over the place. But that's my only insight, a bits through the earthquakes. It was just before 4. Greg says, I'm working on my next video still. It has been a slog. I don't know if that's slog or slug. I took a day off yesterday to give myself a break. I am soldiering on today. Yeah, sometimes we do have to take a break because after a while you just get to the point where it's like, forget it. So I'm glad you gave yourself a break. Jenna says her cat slept through it. No, I don't know what mine did except minutes, seconds actually, before it hit. The cat tore off the bed and under it, which is kind of crazy, but that's her safety spot, was under my bed. So that's where she went. Chairs moved, things like that, kind of like what I went through. Hi, Carrie, how are you? We just had our first sprint, and Jenna had a earthquake today, so we were just talking about earthquakes. How crazy, because I don't live in an earthquake zone, but we had one several years ago. And I said, it was really weird because it was down south, but we felt it all the way up states, many, many states between us. And I don't know how we managed to feel that. I'd hate to be anywhere near that earthquake when it happened, if that's what it felt like being that far away. That was pretty scary. And some people have them all the time. So I can't imagine. Nice to see everybody here. Carrie says, I changed my Camp Nano goal to 1,500 minutes to lessen my stress. I don't blame you. The first time I did the same thing, and they let you do it to a certain point, and then they have a cutoff, and they don't tell you what the cutoff is. But you'll go, like I wanted to change it again, and they said, no, no more changing. And I'm like, darn, I managed to get one in, and then I couldn't do another one. Because I realized I was writing faster than, and I was approaching the goals really quick. And I wanted to up it again, but I couldn't. So I definitely hit that one. Yeah, Carrie's doing hers in minutes rather than words, which is what I was doing back then. This time I did 20,000 words. Well, I've got 800 and some, I think. Because I'm counting the serial I'm writing, because it's the only thing I'm really writing that's, one piece so far. But I figured with the minutes, you could count anything dealing with the story. So I counted my research and everything. I counted everything. Original goal was 2,760 minutes, or 2,760 minutes. You know, I never knew how to do that. I worked in a bank, and people would ask me for their balances. I'm like, I can never, like, whatever came out of my mouth first. And I'm like, why did you just say that? People, you know, I'm like, for some reason, I would do like I just did there, 2,760 minutes rather than $2,760. I'm like, I don't know why I do that, but it's already out. It's already said. Can't undo it. I'm just an idiot. uh, yeah, I don't just take quite a bit of relief off. Oh, but I forget what at what point they'll say if you try to do it, and they'll say nope, can't do it again. But they'll let you in the very, very beginning. If you do it right away, they'll let you do it. Or maybe it has to do with how many times you do it. Maybe you could do it once, and maybe that's it. Maybe when I try to do it a second time, that's why I couldn't. I don't know. Because it is what, the 8th day in? I don't know. I know they're weird. Is that per day? Jenna asks. I am having a hard time breaking that up in my mush mind. It should be the total for the whole month. And you treat it just like words, and the thing will work just like words. It'll think it's very low, but it will work, and the little graph will still count up just like if you were doing words. I think mine was even lower than that. I did a really low one. It said 3 hours per day in 31 days. So I had to figure out 3 hours is 180 minutes and multiply that by 31 days. And that's how I came up with whatever total it came at me. Yeah, I think that would be a pretty large goal. I mean, I'm not exactly sure right offhand how many minutes are in a day. Without a calculator, I can't begin to think about that. uh, Alrighty then. So we can start our next goal. Our next goal. Oh Lord. Not the only one with problems. We can start our next sprint. That's the word I want, not goal. So let's set our next timer. 25 minutes starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Alrighty. Let's see what happens when I try to do a new one now, whether WordPress is going to cooperate or not. This is the next piece in the serial. We'll see what happens. I'll see you back here in 24 minutes. Okay. Well, so far so good. This I took an old one to use as a template, and we'll see how it goes. So far, no problems. But I don't want to say too much because I don't want to jinx it. Okay. So, how did the rest of you do? Fun After 52 is here. Hello. Welcome to my channel. I don't believe I've met you before. We're pretty laid back here. We do 25-minute sprints, and then we usually spend a few minutes talking about what we've achieved if you wish to. You don't have to. And you don't have to write if you don't want to. You can do whatever you want during the sprints. Reading, research, clean your house, take a nap, whatever. People take showers. I've seen it all, so not a big deal. Okay, so Jenna got 604, which is a good number for sure. I didn't count my words because I wanted to get this out before I forgot what I wanted to write. Yes, I've had people take naps. I've had them wake up 3 or 4 sprints later. Okay, Fun had 295. Came over from HK Darkwitch channel. Okay, I love her sprints. I didn't get there today, obviously. I usually go there on Jason Bierman's channel. Okay, I don't think I've run into you. Oh, I may have at HK, so I do go to HKs every now and then. I may have seen you, but I don't remember. You're about 10K words behind. That could be hard to catch up. Definitely. You need to work. No napping. Okay? You're not allowed to nap. You have to write. I mean, you don't have to if you don't care about your goal, of course. That's certainly up to you. But I would suggest no napping. The 295 is pretty good. If I don't worry about my editing, because I'm one of those that has to edit when they write, I cannot just let a mistake go by. It drives me crazy. If I do, I can get 1,000 words or more in a half hour, but it's so hard for me to let that go. And don't forget to hydrate. It's a good thing. Janice is pulling all-nighter. One says, I can do it, though. I'm not worried about it. I can catch up. No problems. I just need to get on a roll. Hope you hit that roll soon. I know what it's like, though. Once you get in that roll, then you don't want to do anything else. I've been kind of stuck because, like I said, I've been doing mine and posting them on my blog, and WordPress is being a pain and can be a real pain. And right now, it's driving me crazy. I've been fighting with them for a couple weeks now. I don't understand what's going on. What is wrong? Something's wrong. I just can't figure out what it is. They are forever changing things like YouTube does. Doesn't need to be fixed. Leave it alone. Leave it alone. Hopefully you'll hit your roll and catch yourself up. I mean, you still got 22, 23 days left. Yeah, how many? So if you put in extra words every day of what your normal goal is, and catch up. At least, what, 500 some words extra a day? My math's not great. That could be wrong. I think that's like at least 500 extra words a day. All right. Guess that's all that's Greg's working on this video, making a couple slides to put into my video. But I haven't done one of those in ages with slides and stuff. I remember the first time I did a presentation like that. It was pretty neat. I mean, the hardest part was coming up with a subject to do it on. But making all those different slides was pretty cool. Okie dokie. Now, we might as well continue on with the next sprint. I think this is 3, but I don't, even when I'm trying counting them and put the number up there, I still end up forgetting to change it. So I think we're on number 3 now. Or maybe we're on number 2. I mean number 4. I don't know. I know we did 1 and 2. I can tell you that one for sure. After that, I don't know what number we're on. I don't think it's a big deal as to which number, just as long as we have sprints. So I'm going to set up the next sprint, 25 minutes, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Righty. I will be back in 24 minutes. All right. Well, it is time to go fast. Wish I had a neighbor knock on the door at the same time, so that took up some time. And I didn't get the right. But I was doing research at the same time, so I had to find out a few things about uh, rape kits for my story. Bet you that sounds like fun. It isn't fun from what I've been reading. Really, really, really not. Even worse than I imagined. Never had one, so I wouldn't know. A little bit more than I wanted to know, but need to know from a story. So how did you guys do? Let's see, Jenna stepped away. She doesn't see us later. Have a great night. All right. Fun after 52, got 589 words, and that's a good amount. Pretty good for 25 minutes. Greg says, I'm starting to think I am making too much work for myself. Those slides take a lot of time. Really? Hmm. Well, you can decide whether or not it's too much work, whether you want to continue on or not. Um, I don't know because I haven't done one in ages, so I don't know how complicated it is. I don't remember it being super complicated, but I guess it depends on what you're putting on the slide. I mean, I haven't used those programs in ages. And I do mean ages because it was 2021 when I took that course. I mean, 2001. So we're talking 20 years ago. I don't know much about it. So it could be a lot harder than I remembered. I am adding icons and stuff to make them look nice. Oh, okay. Yeah, that would add more time to it. You're not just simply adding text to a slide, you're adding other stuff. Sometimes that making it nice is what catches people's attention. If you've been doing that all along and people come back for that, you wouldn't want it not to be there. You would want it to be there because that may be part of the reason why they come back. If you get repeat, people watching your videos. Something to think about anyhow. It's going to be a slow night, I think. What is today? Thursday? Yeah, so I'm going to go until 11. So I have 2 more hours left to go. So there's only a couple people here actually working on something. So I don't need to wait a long time because nobody else hardly ever is going to answer if they're not here. Duh. Greg says the slides is what I have just recently been doing, so it's more like I am making them better now. Yeah, I'm sure the slides are important, and once you start doing something, people kind of expect it. At least that's the way I am. I guess you have to decide, do you want to take the extra time? Do you want to make things easier on you, but maybe lose a few people? It's one of those situations. I find out I don't have to get up super early tomorrow. My aid's coming later than normal. So I don't have to be up by 8. I can sleep till 10. Isn't that nice? Tomorrow's her last day. She's going on vacation for 2 to 3 weeks, and I get somebody else who I don't know, and getting used to a person is always rough. So I can only imagine. I was told she's a really nice, sweet person. You're going to love her. Sometimes it's just the opposite from what people tell you. I'm a little concerned. And I have to meet a new person, and I'm not really good at meeting new people. Oh, well, that'll be Monday. Tomorrow it's still the old 8. But Monday I start fresh with a new person. For the 2 or 3 weeks the other 8 is gone. But the good thing is she's coming 12 to 5, so I don't have to get up early. She said I could have 9 to 2 or 12 to 5. So give me 12 to 5. But she can't come on Tuesdays. So she won't be here on Tuesdays. So it's 4 days a week. The other 8 always left early, so I don't know what this one's going to do. Maybe staring at each other for hours. This one, I'll sit there for a long time, and I'm like, we're just going to sit here and stare at each other. You might as well go. Honestly. Because she's not like, the last date I had was like talkative, and we had long conversations, and I didn't mind the slow time, but this person's very quiet, and we just sit there and stare at each other, and it's strange. Hi, Melanie. Just wondering if anybody else was going to come, because we've had very few people today, and Jenna just ended up leaving, and I'm like, down to almost, I don't know, 2 or 3 people. So it's kind of slow when you have less people. There's not a lot of comments. So I'm having more sprints because there's not a lot of comments in between. So Greg was commenting on how hard it is to make these slides. That's making his project a lot longer than normal. Trying to decide whether or not to continue with the slides, but the slides are obviously working out good. No, he says, I just missed her. She said, by the way, I'm going to be getting back to editing Lethal Temptations this weekend. I just need to take a couple of days off from editing because I finished a big developmental project tonight. Okay. Tonight you need to write. Gotcha. Financial 52 says, sorry, I'm not the most talkative person. I'm not either. But for some reason, I don't know what it is. I am very introverted, but for some reason, I'm not in these streams. I love these streams, and I don't know what it is because I am an introvert. But it's a big difference when I get on here. Big deal. Big difference. everybody saying hi to Melanie. And I guess we will get back to another sprint because right now WordPress is letting me write. But I'm researching too, which is kind of, hard because I have to keep stopping the research. Melanie said maybe it's because you're surrounded by like-minded people. I'm the same way. Put me in front of 12 people face to face and I'm quiet. But in here, yeah, yeah, definitely. I feel you. Feel you. So, and then some nights nobody wants to talk. Even if they're normally a talker, some nights they're just not in the mood to. That's what I said. It's very laid back. Whatever you want to do is fine with me. So let's see. Let me set up the next timer. I got more. I was right in the middle of research when the alarm went off, so I have to go back to what I was reading. See if it's got anything new. I don't know. It's not a very nice subject I'm reading about, so. But I don't know anything about them, so that's one way of finding out. Talking about rape kits for my story. Okay. Timer is 25 minutes, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. I jumped the gun. I hit it on, I think, 2 before I got the 1. And go. Oh, well. Not a big deal. I don't think they'll shoot me for that. Greg's off for coffee. There you go. Not that I drink coffee. Most of my drink is some tea occasionally, but I drink water. I used to drink soda constantly, and I got out of the habit of drinking soda all the time. All right, I'll see you all in 24 minutes. Right. Well, everybody, that almost came. That was hard to say. Right. Well, I wanted to say right, well, because the R's just run together, and I know there's no R in well. That one was hard to say. That I don't know if that came out wrong or if I caught it before it did. So I'll see you later. I swear, 25 minutes is getting shorter and shorter and shorter. Shorter. Oh, bye, BH. Nice to see you again. See you soon, hopefully. And after 52 is having to go take after his dad, who's having balance disease problems tonight. Been there, done that. That's usually I'm the one having the busy balance problems. I hope he's okay. All right, let's see. I go back up here where we were. Jibber says hi. I showered at 8. Jibber says, so you know how I decided to take a summer class since I'm in college? I think that was the stupidest mistake because I literally failed my class. Oh, wow. Not fail since the grades didn't come out yet, but it's bad. Sorry to hear that. Maybe the new job and maybe didn't help. Your mind's on your job. You don't have a lot of time to study. Could be many reasons, and I'm sorry to hear that because I know how I feel when I ended up failing an entrance exam to a technical school because the teacher said, you've got 5 minutes to get 5 right or you fail. I'm like, don't ever use the word fail in a sentence like that because all I could think about is fail, 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 fail. Didn't answer any of the questions. My mind just went fail, 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 fail. I failed, of course, obviously, and I had to retake it, and I had to get a tutor. They made a big thing out of it, but the problem was it wasn't that I didn't know the work. It's just the problem that she freaked me out, and my mind just refused to work. So they gave me this tutor, and I got all this tutoring. And when I took the test, I had the highest grade the school had ever had. They go, wait a minute. How do you go from failing to getting the best score we ever had? I said, because I didn't fail. Your dumb teacher said, if you don't finish 5 questions in 5 minutes, you fail. Don't ever use the word fail like that. A lot of people like me just freak out, and that's what happened. I freaked out. There's nothing wrong with me. I'm very good in school. I would have done very well. But now I have a great grade thanks to failing and redoing the test because I had a tutor. So thank you. So now I'm on record as having the highest grade in the school. But that's what happened there. So I'm so sorry. I guess that was a bad decision, and you'll know better next time not to. I mean, maybe it was just too much at once. Chibber says, I'm also trying to convince my parents to go to an amusement park because I'm tired of just working. It's summer and I want to have fun. Yeah. Well, there could be other reasons there. I mean, I don't know your parents, but with the pandemic still around, a lot of people aren't going to things like that. I don't know how your parents feel. And that might be something that they're worried about, being with all those people. I don't know. I mean, my kids are trying to get back into life again and do things. They go down to the shore. But they kind of last year anyhow, stayed away from everybody. Stayed off the boardwalk, went to the very far end of the beach where no people were. So I don't know what they're going to do this year. They're going down to the shore where they relax somewhat and, enjoy the beach, because they love going to the amusement parks because we live on the Jersey. We don't live on the Jersey Shore, but we live in New Jersey, so obviously the shore is not very far away. And there's a lot of stuff you can do on the boardwalks down there, including amusements and stuff. And I don't know if they'll go back to doing that or if they'll just go down and stay in the beach away from other people. I don't know what she didn't tell me what she was planning. Just I know they were going down to the shore, but I know what last year what I meant. And Melanie says hi to gibberish. I can't say this one. I guess I had it on. Melanie says, not gonna lie, we have just over 7 minutes left and I haven't written yet. I needed to finish a kitchen cleanup project I started before I joined the stream. You don't have to tell us why you didn't do it. It's none of our business. You do what you have to do. Don't worry about it. Melanie says, I'm finally coming out of the depression funk I was in most of June and catching up on a ton of cleaning and reorganizing. Well, I understand that, but I lived that all my life because I have bipolar disorder. So I'm back and forth between mania and depression, and my depression has been much more severe because of all the stress from the pandemic. So I certainly understand all that. All right, and here's where I picked up on real quick. The 351 words, I guess that means, and I'll be right back. My dad is having some off-balance dizzy bouts tonight. Okay, I understand that. I go through vertigo, and vertigo is horrible. Like, I can't even stand up. I'm like, the world is upside down, the room is spinning around. Oh, it's terrible. Okay, so Melanie says, no, I hope it's okay. BH says, hope everyone is doing well. Hi, in the world. BH has to go. Thank you, Tessa. Hope you're doing well. Bye. I can't get this off my screen now. Just keep popping on there. My foot is killing me, unfortunately. It's so swollen. Doctor said it's going to take months for this to all go away. And then other people tell me that you have it the rest of your life. When you have bad weather, your leg knows it. I'm going to be feeling it. So, all right. On after 52 is back. He's 86 and I'm 56. I have balance and woozy problems myself also. Yeah, I know. Now, see, my dad's 89. He had a stroke 4 years ago. God, it's 4 years ago this month. And he would never admit to falling. So we found afterwards, I guess there's some way they can tell when he had the major stroke that he had been having mini strokes all along, but he wouldn't tell us he was falling. Like, he wouldn't admit to it. And that might be something you might want to keep in mind. I mean, it is a possibility of the mini strokes. I don't know if he's falling or not, but my dad was falling, just not telling anybody unless we called him. A couple of times I found him in the strangest place and like, what the hell happened here? It's like, oh, I fell. No big deal. I just fell. I'm like, yeah, I don't think so. You're in a strange place. Oh, no big deal. So I didn't press the point. And then he had a major stroke. I don't know if that was because we didn't address the mini strokes. I don't know if you can address the mini strokes. But anyhow, he's 89 now, and he's in the nursing home and has been for 4 years. And well, mad at all of us because we took him away from his house and his car and all the stuff he liked to do, and he's stuck in this stupid nursing home. And I understand how he feels because my kids are trying to put me in one too. And I'm 64. So yeah, that's where I'm at right now. So we're trying to get assisted living. So far, I'm not doing so great. Greg says, I always find it hilarious when people say stuff like that. 20 minutes is getting shorter. Christmas is early this year. Well, it does seem like, I swear like I just turned to that page and it's already, the buzzer's going off. And I know in reality that time is not getting shorter, but it seems like it's going faster. Like the older I get, the faster it seems to go. I know it's not really, and it's subjective and all that, stuff, but it just is, I don't know. What can I say? Melanie says, I'm sorry to hear about the class to gibberish. Sounds like you have a lot on your plate and could use a break. Gibber says, yeah, it's the 13th of this month. Tessa, how's your boot? I got the boot off. A week ago? I think it's been off a week. But it hurts more now walking in a shoe than it does in that boot. The boot had, it had stability without hurting my foot. But now, without the boot, my foot is super swollen and the shoes are tight and they hurt. And I have to wear them. I can't go barefoot. Well, one foot is barefoot right now. I don't have the other shoe on because I hate shoes. But the shoe is on the broken foot. But the doctor does say it could take months and months before the pain goes away, and I'm like, oh man, I can't stand it. But there's nothing I can do about it. Now, if I put the boot back on, then I'm going backwards. I have to keep pushing through with the shoe. So, Melanie says, by the way, to Tessa, I like this shade of pink on you. Thank you. Pink is not my favorite color, but some pinks are okay. Kind of like this one. I was wearing it with turquoise the other day, and it kind of, two completely opposite different colors, but they go together well. Greg says to Melanie, she's very fashion conscious lately. She was all in black last time. And how would you know if I was all in black and you could only see the upper part of my body? You don't know what was on the bottom part of my body. Today I'm wearing gray shorts with my pink shirt. I am definitely not fashion conscious. I have never been fashion conscious. Well, maybe when I was younger. But that was more because I wanted to look sexy. Right now I could care less. Greg says, I used to have vertigo about once a month. Never understood why. It went away. Don't know why it went away either. The first time I got vertigo was because I had whiplash. My dog, I was walking the dog. Dog saw my son, and she suddenly yanked, because I was just walking her along, she's just poking along. I'm not really holding the leash tight or anything. She was just, all of a sudden, she yanked hard and really yanked me to the point my neck jerked. and I ended up with whiplash. And because of the whiplash, I ended up with vertigo. And ever since then, vertigo has been an issue. Because vertigo, depending on which one you get, the one I have is the little stuff, the little things that are in your eye that help you balance. They start to escape where they're supposed to be. And if they do that, then you get vertigo and you get dizzy and you fall down because you don't know whether you're going up or down or whatever. And it has been a few months. It's been quite a few months. I don't even want to think about it, but I haven't had it in a while. But the one I have, you can actually do, the doctor can do it, or you can, like I did, I got on my phone, which is hard for me, found the exercise and how to perform it. And because I couldn't get off my bed, I couldn't get up because there was no way. I couldn't figure out where I was. So I had to like feel around with my hands and find the edge of my bed and try to hold the phone, type in what I needed, find it, watch it, and then do it. And it's not exactly easy. Definitely not easy. But it does work after doing it once or twice. But you can go to a doctor and have the doctor do it too. Why pay the doctor if I don't have to? So, but there are other kinds of vertigo. My sister has a different kind of vertigo. And she never knows when it's going to hit. And when it does, she's down. She can't do anything. She'll sit wherever she is. She said she sat in the parking lot at work and everything else and just figured out how to dial her husband and say, I got vertigo and I can't go anywhere. And he comes and gets her. No matter where she happens to be. And she's driving, it's like pull over as quick as possible. So it's not a good thing. Hi, Heather. Nice to see you. Melanie says, hey there, to Heather. How'd everything go with the storm? She's asking. Chipper's just saying hi. Heather says, I have a fear of heights. I have had vertigo occasionally. I got it a lot when I had terrible sinus issues when I was in my 20s. You know, my very first issue was with the whiplash, and they say it's very common. But it didn't, like, go away completely. Like, I still get it. If there's little thingies in there, those things start moving around, I'm going to have whiplash. And the only way to do it is to get them back where they belong. And there is a way to do it. The first time the doctor did it, but after that I tried looking it up on my phone and doing the exercise myself, and it did work. Eventually I got off the bed. I thought I was on the bed for the rest of my life. I have a fear of heights too, believe me. I understand that one. Planeta 52 says, Dewey was supposed to be my middle name. My mom was on drugs when I was born and spelled it D-U-E-Y instead. My girlfriend's name was Dewey, D-E-W-E-Y. That's funny. Sorry, shouldn't laugh. That isn't really nice. But it is kind of funny. I mean, people have some weird names and you wonder how they got them, but some of them are done on purpose. Some people do that on purpose, but I'm sorry she was on drugs. Dee Dee's here. Can't stay, but jump in and leave a like and say hi. Hope you all have a good night. Hi, Dee Dee. Sorry you can't stay. Thanks for stopping by. Have a good night. Heather says to Melanie, we're fine, just a lot of rain. Heather says fun after 52. Interesting. Dewey is my maiden name. My middle name is Lynn, Lynne. That's different. My name's Teresa, and I don't have an H in my name, which is great because I hate the H in there. But everybody insists on putting H in my name. It's like, I don't have an H in my name. I don't like the H. I like the way it was spelled without the H, but fighting with everybody all the time. If it's a legal document, I have to fight to get it spelled right. If it's not legal, I don't worry about it. No big deal. They spelled it wrong all the time. Greg says, that sounds like your vertigo lasted a long time. Oh, I think the longest I ever had it is 10 seconds. Oh, no, I had it for weeks. I had it for weeks with the, when the dog caused the whiplash, and then the instances I've had since then have lasted sometimes hours, days, which is rough when I'm alone and trying to find the thing on my phone and read it and do it without help. So you have to get your head in a certain position off the bed. It has to hang over. You have to, I don't know. I can't remember the whole thing, but I know I have to look it up every time and do it. Hasn't happened lately. Shouldn't say too much about it. It might come back. Melanie says to Heather, that's great. Melanie says to Dee Dee, glad you could pop in for a minute. Heather says to Melanie, there was some wind, but no tornadoes in the Tampa Bay area, and then we won the Stanley Cup. Well, cool. That's good. Even better, Melanie says. Fun after 52 says, my longest was about 14 hours. I get optical migraines also that last anywhere from 30 seconds to an hour. I get migraines every now and then. For sure. Heather says yes. Lynne. The longest you can spell it. There are various spellings of Dewey, but mine has been misspelled often. I even had a newspaper misspell when I was freelancing. Well, my name was always spelled wrong. The first name, I can't spell without putting a stupid H in it. And my last name is my ex-husband's name. And that's not what I'm using as a pen name. I'm using my maiden name as my pen name. But it's impossible. No one can get it pronounced right, spelled right. It's impossible. And most of the time they'll say Smith. And so I was used to answering for Smith. And one time there was a Teresa Smith in the room. I didn't know it. And they called Teresa Smith. And so I answered thinking they meant me. Turned out there was a real Teresa Smith there. And then my daughter marries a Smith. She actually married a Smith, Smith. So she legitimately went from our last name of Smay, which is Smeigh, to Smith. Talk about what's one way of doing it, marrying. Okay, we can sprint again. You're using your maiden name as your pen name too. Yeah, it works out for me. It's a lot easier. Melanie says, I know I'm ready for sure now. Let's get them words. Okie dokie. Timer set for 25 minutes. Starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. I like that. Fun after 52. Mine was supposed to be Dewey, but Mom spelled it after Huey, Louie, and Dewey. I was going to get it officially changed at one time, but was told I'd have to go to the FBI. Really? And it wasn't worth it to me. Change your name? I didn't know that. Never tried changing it. I got divorced. I just kept this stupid name. It's easier than changing it. And I had been his name longer than I had been my own maiden name, so it just made sense. Everybody knew me as that. Why change it? Make everything confusing. Melanie says my cousin had a dog named Dewey because with the ears he and his beady eyes, he looked like Dewey from Malcolm in the Middle. Oh, wow. Yeah, he did have funky looking eyes, didn't he? Oh, Fun says, yeah, because a lot of guys supposedly changed their name to get out of child support, so they made it a rule. Wow, never thought of that. I know a lot of guys that quit working, so they didn't have any money to pay child support. They'd rather go and either go to jail or have no money than pay child support. And some of the stupidest things have happened. Well, I have a daughter that has been trying to get child support for 3 different kids, from 3 different men, and they always got some excuse after another to manage to get out of paying child support. She's raised those kids herself. But that's interesting to know. I agree with Melanie. I never heard about that. Heather says there seem to be a lot of fictional characters with the name Dewey. Uh, but there aren't a whole lot of us in reality. Melanie says she knows that too. All right. It's time to get that off the screen. Come on. And then time to write. Got a little bit of time. Don't want to waste it. I'll be back in 21 minutes. I won't say it this time. In the last, 3 hours, I wrote about 1,000 words. So, let's see. Melanie's leaving. Sorry to see you go. Hopefully I got a chance to say goodbye before you did leave. Epithets are probably all related, all the Deweys. Those of us with the surnames, anyway. Melanie says, Houston, we have a problem. I can't find my draft, and it's the ghostwriting project I was contracted for. Searches files frantically. The worst thing you can do is search frantically. You need to calm down. I know that's not easy, but you need to calm down and try to calm down. I know that's easier said than done. Okay, Melanie found the file. Great. Glad you found it. Melanie says they brought back flashbacks of the night I was finishing. That brought back flashbacks of the night I was finishing up my thesis for my Bachelor of Fine Arts degree. I got the blue and white screen of death and have written a few pages towards the end. Oh my God. Without saving. My now husband managed to bring it back to life, and I knew then I'd marry him. That cool. Lizzie says, hey. And what a lovely story, Melanie. Heather says, I have a similar husband. Lucky guys. Lizzie says, my parents met on a sidewalk on their college campus. Not sure how love came out of that. People get feelings of love out of the strangest things. And they want to discuss mine. It was disgusting. You've all heard stories about my jerk. Sugar says, I hope I never get married. You don't have to. No one can. No, I take that back. I did not plan on marrying the man I married, and he kind of literally forced me, not physically, but mentally, emotionally, made it. I had to. Did not want to. There's a difference there. Melanie says, haha, that's not how we started, but it's what helped propel us forward. To Lizzie. Melanie says, all right, you all have a friend who needs my help with something, so I'm going to have to duck out early. Thanks for fun chat. Happy writing. Bye, Melanie. Lizzie says, we're going to a condo for my mom's birthday weekend tomorrow, and I haven't packed any of my personal things. Only clothes. We definitely need them. Lizzie says to Melanie, I know. Still adorable. And bye. Heather says, see you later, Melanie. Lizzie says, I'm naming my kids after my pro tags, period. My husband will have to compromise. Naming kids was always a difficult thing. We didn't agree. We had a horrible time naming kids. We did not agree. Finally, after 52, got 469 words. Oh, cool. And only 8K behind now. Good job. And after 52, got 2,003 words for the day so far. That's a good amount. Very good job. Lizzie says, always back up your work with Gmail. Lizzie says, reading time. Greg says, I have made 18 slides since the start of the stream. So 18 slides, a little over 3 hours, a little over 6 per hour, about 6 per hour. Hope I can do my math right. I don't know if it's a good amount or a bad amount. I haven't tried doing one of those in a long time. Keep thinking I should try. But I probably should do anything. I haven't downloaded LibreOffice yet. I probably should start transferring things over to that because I know I'm only going to have, Word for so long. Of course, I could be wrong. I may never find a place and I could be here forever, so. Heather says, I worked in a document that shows all of the completed artworks I have stored in my closet, and I also looked at my Amazon account. Don't get me started on Amazon. I always buy stuff. I just went and bought a new bed, so of course I had to have new sheets, blankets, and a bed. Well, it's a quilt with a pillow sham. So, I had to figure out what color scheme I wanted to go with. So I got pink flowers with green leaves on the sheets. So I got a seafoam quilt, which is greener than it looks in the picture. I thought it was blue when I first got it. I'm like, oh God, that's not going to go. But now it's greener. I guess after they came out of the wrapping, it wasn't as blue as it looked. And a pink, bright pink, not bright, light pink. It's a light pink plushy blanket to go with the whole thing. Looks pretty nice. Then I got gray extra pillowcases because I used more than one, and they only give you one pillowcase. So I couldn't find pink or green, so I ended up with gray. I figured that would be kind of semi-neutral. And my aide insists on not putting on the matching pillowcases. She puts on all the gray ones on. I haven't figured her out yet. I don't know. And I find telling her things that doesn't do me any good. So, Heather says, I got The Heroine's Journey by Maureen Vernock today. I'm excited to read it. I read a few stories of the Twisted Tens horror anthology. I haven't finished reading that book completely all the way through. Almost over halfway now. So, I'm slowly getting rid of the big, because I had a big bed. I went down to a twin because and moving into this place is going to be small. And the bed was old, so I needed a new bed. So I just went down to the twin size. But nothing fits, of course. So I had to buy new sheets, and a new blanket, and a new quilt. I didn't get a comforter. I got a quilt. Pretty neat. And I like the colors. I wasn't sure, like I said. At first, I thought it was bluish. I'm like, oh, man. But it must have been the package because it's green. It looks nice. I like it. Gibber says, I'm surprised they didn't fall asleep on you. But yay! Good job. Heather says, this is research for a panel that I'm going to be on. The hero's journey and the heroine's journey. Mythic story structure. And I'm hoping it's going to help me with my writing. I hope so. Sounds interesting. all the completed artworks. This is artwork that you've done, I gather. Since you say completed artworks, you must mean artwork you did. That's cool. Must be a pretty big closet. Hmm. Well, we got time for one more sprint. I'm almost finished. That one looks like it might actually post without issues. One can hope. I didn't get very far out because I planned to get a lot further, but I did get somewhere finally. Okay, so let's start the last sprint. 25 minutes, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right, so I will be back in 24 minutes. I knew that was going to go up. I was looking at where I was. I got 2 done before WordPress started acting up. So this one I was fighting with. So I figured I would not get it done in time before the timer went off. And I was right. I'm still fighting with it. Okay. So how'd you guys do? Heather says that the walk-in closet, yes, most of what's in it is art supplies, completed art, packaging supplies, and various office supplies. Oh, and some clothes. Has some clothes even. How interesting. Oh, and some art that needs to be finished. Aha, some unfinished art. Melanie says, I'm back. I feel so bad for the situation my friend is in, but it inspired me to take a much needed Twitter break. I so prefer instant. Yeah, I've been on Twitter the last couple of days, so there are a couple notices. When I went on, I found someone I lost contact with years ago. And I don't know if she even still remembers me. But what the post I did was one of the things on there. I guess it was going back to Facebook. No, it's going back to WordPress, sorry. And it says, that usually puts at the bottom, 3 similar things. And I saw my name on there, and I looked at it, and I thought, I remember when I wrote that article. So I clicked on it, and I let her know that I was thinking about her the other day. And then I went to the website where I wrote the article, and you can still find the articles. You put my name in there, my real name. I wrote them under my real name, not my pen name. And they were all on bipolar disorder. So that was about a year of my life writing articles for that particular site. And then I got to a point where they changed owners a couple times, and they weren't bothering to answer emails. And I was medicated by that point, and I still didn't have the same drive to write the articles, and I didn't have anything to write about. Like, all the things I was using in my life, what was happening to me as, stories, to get ideas. So I just finally, I said, I don't know if anybody ever got it. I just sent them an email, said that I was done. I was tired of being ignored, and I'm done writing for you. I don't know if anybody even read it. Nobody responded. So I don't know what happened there. They changed hands, and whoever took over just messed everything up. So let's see. But I don't normally go on Twitter. I just happened to go that day, and there was that post from her. She's still writing, obviously. Though I don't know. Maybe it wasn't recent. It was up there, though. Melanie says, I'm back. Okay. Oh, that's what we were just talking about. Gibber says, I got some reading done. Greg says, I think I can do no more slides. My brain is addled now. I'm sorry your brain is addled. I know that feeling. I'm trying to write a story, and I'm trying to keep it family friendly, and it's kind of hard to do when you're talking about a rape. So I'm not so sure that the story, I told her, I said, look, I understand. It's on my blog, but I understand if you don't want to post it on yours because you like your prompts family oriented, and this may not be what you consider family oriented. So if you don't post it, I understand, but it is on my blog. It's up to you. I used your prompt. If you want to post it, post it. If not, don't. I'm not going to worry about it. She knows the kind of stuff I write, so. Heather says, I like Instagram too. It's more visual. I love taking photos. Fun after 52, got 445. Cool. Good job. Breaking that down that backlog pretty fast there. Heather says, I cleaned my desk a bit, looked at some books I want to get from Amazon, and general piddling. Melanie says to Heather, that's been fun for me too. I only use my iPhone, but it's fun to edit them. And see, I can't do them on my phone very well. I did a few in the hospital that I don't know how I did them. I somehow managed to take a picture and actually post it. Not sure how. That's Instagram and me don't get along on the phone. Nothing in me on the phone gets along. Heather says, I'm getting tired. I think I'm going to start getting ready for bed. I also getting a headache of some sort or another. I get migraines as well. Melanie says, I actually cleaned up my Yahoo email box as well while I was chatting with my friend. I need to reorganize the folders on my desktop next. My email has thousands and thousands of unread stuff. And I just found something important. And it's like, I can't just delete this stuff without it glancing at it at least. Because I just found something important in there. So Melanie says, I actually cleaned up my Yahoo. Oh, I read that part. Starting on your desktop next. Got it. Melanie says, hope you feel better to Heather. Have a great night. Good night, Heather. I hope you have a good night as well. Sorry you have a headache. Heather says, I only use my iPhone to take photos, but I don't edit them, really. I can't even, for some reason now, I can't take videos and transfer them over to my computer. And the ones I take on StreamYard are really bad quality. So I don't know. I don't know if I'll be doing videos anymore. Melanie says, oh my God, I get triggered by cluttered email inboxes. My life's clutter. I don't even look around me. Bad enough what you see behind me. But my email box is impossible to keep up with. No matter how many times I try to unsubscribe from stuff, it still keeps coming. I just have to keep every day, go in there and delete. But I'm so far behind. That's what I did in the hospital. I had nothing to do, so I sat and I deleted a lot of my inbox. But it's already backing up again. Melanie says, and unread notifications on my phone. I so want to go back to a flip phone for calls, texts. That's all I need. That's what I might end up with. If my daughter ends up finding out she has to pay for a phone, that might be what I end up with, one of those old-fashioned ones. Other things, Melanie. Shivers really wants ice cream but doesn't have any. I was talking about that earlier to my aide. I was saying, right across the street from the entrance to my apartment building is an ice cream stand. And I am so hooked on ice cream. And because my foot is the way it is, I can't walk over there every day. But last year it wasn't open because of the virus. But the year before and the year before that, I was over there every night buying ice cream. So that's a lot of money I spent and a lot of carbs I shouldn't have. It's open now. My daughter got us some the other day when she was here, but I can't walk that far right now with my foot the way it is. So that's kept me from going over there. But I would love to have ice cream right now too. But I don't have any. I have to do a grocery order. It will definitely include ice cream. For sure. Even though the place is across the thing, it's too far to walk right now with my foot hurt. Wow, it's 11 o'clock. Look at that. Wow. I am at the end of my 4 hours. So it's time to end the sprint, the stream. Next one will be Saturday, and that's 9 to 1 a.m., 9 p.m. to 1 a.m. I made Saturdays later. And I have to create that too, because it's not on there. So if I don't create it, it won't be there. So I have to go back, hopefully without having to sign all the way in from the beginning. Hopefully I can create it from the dashboard before it closes on me. I'm sorry, Lizzie. You got back just in time to say goodbye. It's 11 o'clock. Time for me to go. Yeah, okay. Thanks for the stream, even though you're only here for a few minutes. That's true. All right. Hopefully see y'all on Saturday. Good night now. Have a nice night, everyone.